today's first session. We will continue until 1, but there will be a short break between, starting now 10 to 1. We have a short break, but continue until 1. And we are going to start the session. As I mentioned yesterday, starting with the right thought, positive motivation will be extremely helpful and useful. So we will do that. Then after that I will continue my talk, and in the next session, maybe around after having a short break, the second session this morning, I will lead a meditation to do a simple meditation to experience, to enhance a calm, clear and focused mind. So that's how we're going to start these morning 2 sessions. As I mentioned yesterday evening, when I say it is important or it is useful to engage in the activities, in this case, being here, listening to the talk, contemplating, reflection, and also, later today we'll have questions and answers session. So these are the activities that we are going to engage in, and these activities be helpful and useful. It is very much dependent on having the right thought to join the activities, to join the class, and that I mentioned yesterday. Today, I would like to focus on in this first part of my talk, when I say right thought, right intention. In general, all of us have the ability to hold a positive, a constructive thought. That can be a simple, common sense, straightforward, without any deep philosophy or any spiritual influence, which we all have that ability. But today, I would like to say a few words as a people who follow the teachings of the Buddha. People who follow teachings of the Buddha have, after long-term, the analysis, examination, when somebody decided to take the teachings of the Buddha as one's own spiritual path, then, to those people, what kind of positive thought that they should start their day, and also their activities, and today the class. Now, as I briefly touched on yesterday evening, there are many positive, constructive thoughts that we can start our day, or particular events. For example, His Holiness the Dalai Lama says very often, when he starts the day, morning he wakes up, he says, the first thought, The first thought, the active thought, is just to, to remember the historical Buddha, and one or two verses from his historical teaching, the Buddha's teachings, and that's what he says. And I think that will be very, very useful, very, very useful as a follower of his teachings. Then, starting off the day, thinking about the historical Buddha and some of his great qualities, like fully cultivated great compassion and wisdom, like that. But there are other thoughts that we can start with, like as I mentioned yesterday, the mind taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. And I want to say a little bit on that today to benefit to people who are following teachings of the Buddha, and also people who are just interested in teachings of the Buddha, not necessarily want to follow, not necessarily want to take the teachings of the Buddha as one's own spiritual path. Now this mind, technically called the taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha, it is not a ritual, it is not some kind of mysterious thought or thing. It is a really a mind which has a rich, profound understandings when you say the taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Although traditionally, like in those countries like Tibet or Burma, Sri Lanka, Thailand, the ordinary people, lay people, their way of taking refuge is very much performing, some rituals with a strong faith, and then offering candlelights, the incense, flowers. That is really part of what they see as a taking refuge, and then chanting a few simple, the recitations, and that's what they traditionally what they see as a taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that's wrong, and that's how over the centuries, slowly that kind of culture, that kind of tradition is developed, built on, mainly the lay people, and then of course also the ordained monks and nuns. But the actual, the taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, it is not very much external activities, external activities such as making offerings, verbally saying, some recitations, or physically making some gestures, which I did, which some of us have done this morning, making prostrations. The taking refuge is really very much mental activities, mental events. It is a mental events. Of course, through that mental events, then we can physically, the structure our behavior, our body, the activities, our verbal activities, and so on and so forth. But the main, the taking refuge is very much mental events. So that mental events, they take place when the individual have these two, what I usually call realizations, two understandings. The first understanding is understanding of the understanding of our present nature, our present, the existence, this existence that we have, the human existence at the moment we have. That's really cultivating, developing profound understanding of this existence. And our present existence, this human existence, it has many amazing, great qualities that there's no doubt. Particularly mental qualities. I'm not talking about physical qualities. Sometimes artists saying that in terms of the physical qualities, some other animals are better than us, and some birds are really beautiful, and so on and so forth. But here mainly talking about the mental, the mental qualities. So we have many great qualities. Nevertheless, we are not, that's the bad news, we are not free from difficulties. And that is really important part of, to understand. We are not free from difficulties. When I say difficulties, of course we can talk about the difficulties of, the physical difficulties, illness, the aging, and so on and so forth. But the difficulties mainly I'm looking at the mental difficulties. There's some of those, the mental states, distorted mental states, the anger, aversion, jealousy, envy, craving, clinging, attachment, ignorance. Some of those mental difficulties, we may not see as a difficulties. Many of us, our difficulties are only those external difficulties, not having what we want, not encountering what we want to encounter, and closely maybe the physical pain, or the mental anguish, like some kind of, not those what are counts we may not see as a difficulties, anyway. So now here, sorry, I'm going too much. Now, difficulties, seeing the shortcoming, seeing the difficulty part of this existence is the crucial part of the building the understanding to have this mind taking refuge. Because at the end of the day, if you listen the term taking refuge, the term itself, have some little bit red lines, isn't it? It says taking refuge. If there's no problems, then why we have to take refuge? Isn't it? Word itself tells us, there's something that we need to take refuge. Otherwise, we are in trouble. So what is that difficulty that we need to take refuge? The understanding that difficulty is a crucial part. So in that case, I usually say people who like to really, to understand, to look at, to study, to read, to contemplate, to meditate on the Buddha's first teachings, the Four Noble Truths. Out of the Four Noble Truths, first two Noble Truths. Noble Truth of suffering and the origins of suffering. When we understand these two, as Buddha taught, as commentators, have explained what is dukkha, suffering, what are the origins of dukkha, and the understanding not some kind of the outside there relate to ourselves. And that is very crucial, important, when, of course, when we read, our, what you call the books, those, the magazines, or particularly, because I travel a little bit here and there, and when people, what kind of magazine they are reading, mainly, the magazines which are talking about other people's, how they look like, what they are wearing, what they are buying, and only those kind of magazines, or there may be fiction books. I mean, I'm not against people reading that. What I'm saying is here, the different way to read. When you read the Dhamma books, like in this case, the teachings of the Buddha, Four Noble Truths, read that as something what you can understand to yourself, not as something what the outside there. And that's not really right way to read the Dhamma book. So the first understanding is understanding of the nature of our existence, the present existence, which is not perfect, an enlightened existence which is which has full of difficulties and so on and so forth. And that understanding is very, very crucial to have this mind to take refuge. Now then, second understanding is the understanding of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. That three, technically called three jewels, that we are going to take refuge, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. If we don't understand, if we don't have the understanding, what is Buddha, what is Dhamma, what is Sangha, then if we say, I'm going to take refuge, it doesn't make sense. For example, if it is raining, today it's not, quite hot, if it is raining, we should take something, a protection from the rain that can protect us. You can't take just anything, oh, it's raining, and take something, hoping this will protect me from the rain. That's not really wise ways to do. We should take if it is raining, to take something which can protect us from the rain. If you take a tissue paper, it will not work. Instead of protect us from rain, it may cause more mess. It sort of melts with water. So that's the case. So the second thing what we need to develop is we need to develop to understand Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, that we are going to take refuge. And the best understanding, understanding of these three jewels, if you understand next two Noble Truths. Out of the Four Noble Truths, first two Noble Truths will help us to understand the nature of our present existence, and last two Noble Truths, Noble Truth of cessation of suffering and the origins of suffering, and the Noble Truth of the path which leads to cessation. When you understand these two, last two Noble Truths, Noble Truth of cessation and the way or the path that leads to cessation, when we understand these two in their full strength, then we will start understand what is Buddha, what is Dhamma, what is Sangha. Otherwise, quite often when we say Buddha, quite often we have a Buddha, we immediately have a image, a image of a person, image of a person, and that image also may, if you are familiar with the Tibetan Buddhism, you may have similar this kind of image, the statue or painting. If you are familiar with the Thai tradition, you may have similar to Thai Buddhist statue, Buddha statue, or so on and so forth. Again, here I'm not criticizing that's wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong, but for us, when we say think about Buddha, think about or remember Buddha, we should have not just the image of that particular person, but we should have the understanding of his qualities, not the image. I mean, the image is nice to have it, but mainly to have the understanding or thinking of his qualities. And that is what I found is very, very nice translation, sometimes translated in English, that in the Sanskrit term Buddha, saying awakening. That's a very nice word. It doesn't. When it's a Buddha, when they translate it into English, the term didn't say a Indian figure or something like that. It says awakening. So fully awakened. And here the fully awakened in the sense of these two qualities which we described yesterday, compassion and wisdom. The compassion and the wisdom are fully enhanced, fully cultivated, fully developed. In that sense, awakening. The awakening, not in a sense of some kind of mysterious way, or to know some mysterious things, not in that way. The awakening in the sense of compassion and the wisdom are fully cultivated, fully developed. So when we say, I take refuge in Buddha, or when we think about Buddha with the image, if we have an image, with the image, we must have that feeling, understanding of this awakening, fully awakening person. That means compassion and wisdoms are fully enhanced, fully cultivated. So these two, to have this mind taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the first thing what we need to do to have that mind, we have to have these two realizations. The understanding of the nature of our existence, and that understanding can be cultivated, can be developed if you listen, contemplate, meditate on Buddha's first teaching, first two noble truths of suffering and the origins of suffering. Second realization, realizing Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. And that realization will cultivate that realization when you study, when you hear, read, listen, contemplate, meditate on last two noble truths. Out of the four noble truths, last two noble truths, noble truth of cessation, cessation of suffering and the origins of suffering, noble truth of cessation, and path, or the way, the last one, sorry, my fingers, and the path, the way which leads to this cessation. So then if you read, listen, then contemplate last two noble truths, noble truth of cessation and the origins of cessation, or the path to the cessation, then you will have a good understanding of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So with these two realizations, these two understandings, then we will have the mind taking refuge. The people who want to take refuge should have these two understandings. Then the taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha will be extremely helpful, useful. So when you say taking refuge in Buddha, it means with these two understandings, then from your mind, from your heart, thinking, genuinely, sincerely having this mind, Buddha as my teacher. Although Buddha, quite often we look at as a historical Buddha, Buddha, any kind of fully awakened person, as my teacher, as a mentor. So when you say take refuge in Buddha, it is in that context. Seeing, thinking, that Buddha as my mentor, my teacher. And when you say, I take refuge in Dharma. So here the term Dharma, which causes huge problem. Dharma here refers to, actually in a simple form, it refers to the contents of the teachings of the Buddha. The contents of the teachings of the Buddha. In other words, the topics of the teachings of the Buddha. And the topics of the teachings of the Buddha can be put into two. Can be, put into two things. The first one is what I usually call the concentration, ethics, and wisdom. Out of the two, this first one, these three: concentration, ethics, and wisdom. In other words, that is the fourth noble truth, the way, the path. The concentration, ethics, and wisdom. If you want to go a little bit elaborate, Noble Eightfold Path, but keep it simple: concentration, ethics, and wisdom. And the second one is a result of having these three. Result of cultivating concentration, ethics, and wisdom. What would be the result? The end result will be the cessation of suffering and origins of suffering. In other words, the third noble truth. And that is Dharma. These two, the concentration, ethics, and wisdom as one, the way, the path, and result of cultivating these three, end product is the cessation of suffering and the origins of suffering. These two are Dharma. When you say, I take refuge in Dharma, you are taking refuge in Dharma in these two, in the sense of you cultivate, develop concentration, ethics, and wisdom. When you do that, you are taking refuge in Dharma. Cultivating concentration, living ethical life, developing wisdom. If you do that, then you are taking refuge in Dharma. So that it is quite different than when you take refuge in Buddha. When you say, I take refuge in Buddha, that is really simply you make that decision, the Buddha as your teacher, your mentor. As simple as that. But here, when you say, I take refuge in Dharma, then it is very, very complicated. Complicated in the sense of it is a long process. Day in, day out, year in, year out, decade in decade, cultivating concentration, living ethical life, developing wisdom. If we do that, then we take refuge in Dharma. And end product, end result will be us to experience that complete cessation. You understand cessation or extinction? Complete extinction, complete cessation of suffering and the origin of suffering. When that happens, when that is experienced, when that is actualized within ourselves, then true refuge, actual refuge is experienced. Refuge, the Buddha as our refuge, simply to see as our teacher. The actual refuge is you and me, through cultivation of contemplation, ethics, and wisdom, through cultivation of these three, within ourselves, experiencing that cessation, the complete cessation of suffering and the origins of suffering. When that is experienced, true refuge, actual refuge is experienced, actualized, or if you say achieved, that's whatever term that you want to use. And that cessation is liberation. That cessation is enlightenment. Although slightly different explanation may need it, overall, when you and me, individually, you and me experience that cessation, not accidentally, sadly not going to happen, or without causes, or discordant causes, no, with the causes. And here the causes are cultivation of these three. So when that complete cessation is experienced, then true refuge is established. So therefore, that is here Dharma, taking refuge in Dharma. And then when you say taking refuge in Sangha, this term Sangha, have a general usage. Generally when the term Sangha in Sanskrit, Sangha is used culturally, generally, it refers to those ordained monks and nuns traditionally. Nowadays more, what's called wider use. But here in the three jewels, Sangha, when it's I take refuge in Sangha, it is not refers to only monks and nuns. Anybody, Westerner, Easterner, man, woman, monks, lay, whoever has the realization, the real realization of selflessness, do you remember yesterday? Or emptiness. Whoever have that direct realization of emptiness, that person is Sangha. Whoever, man, woman, whoever, that person is Sangha. When he or she has a direct realization of emptiness, that person is Sangha. Whether he or she is ordained or not, doesn't matter. And taking refuge in Sangha, it means ourselves seeing that person as one's own spiritual supporter, spiritual helper, spiritual friends, and associating with that person, relating with that person, the sharing with that person. If we do that, that is the meaning of taking refuge in Sangha. Okay? So they're very simple. I like to say this, taking refuge, because some of you have taken refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. It may be good to look at your taking refuge practice in this context. It's really helpful. Spend a little bit of time on those two realizations which I mentioned, what technically called two causes. Causes us to have mind taking refuge, that is, contemplate, the nature of this unenlightened existence. Then the second realization is, contemplate or think about the qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. Spend a little bit time on these two understanding. Then, whether you can say verbally, I take refuge in Buddha, I take refuge in Dharma, I take refuge in Sangha, or not necessarily you can say verbally. Then you can think Buddha as my teacher, Dharma as my the means and method that I should cultivate, that I should live with them, and and Sangha as my supporter, my helper, my spiritual friends, and hold that mind. And that is really what is mean the taking refuge. The main point here, the taking refuge, is cultivating concentration, living ethical life, developing wisdom. If we do that, refuge is establishing within ourselves. Okay. Now this is just part of motivation. Anyway, we don't too much love now. Okay. So now I'm going to move on to my main subject. Okay. So now, briefly recap what we have said yesterday evening. So the first point after the motivation, I briefly explained how to approach this topic. In general, any kind of topic, cultivation of love, compassion, altruism, or any topic, and particularly in this topic. And in that context, I briefly explained these three stages, listening, contemplation, and meditation. And that's the first topic I touch on. Then I briefly touch on saying, the term itself, emptiness. And in that context, I'd say briefly about the difference between the Theravadan tradition and the Bodhisattva tradition, and the usage of the term emptiness and the selflessness. Then, I explained a little bit about sources, and the sources in Asia. First, I talked about, the teachings from the Buddha, and in that context, I said they are from the Mahayana, from the Bodhisattva traditions. All Buddhist teachings are put into three groups: first, second, and third turning of the will of the Dharma. And our topic, that emptiness, is in terms of the sources, comes from the second turning of the will of the Dharma. Among the sutras, among the teachings in the second turning of the will of the Dharma, there is a group of sutras. A sutra that here refers to the teachings of the historical Buddha, and there's a group of sutras in the second turning of the will of the Dharma that is Panchaparamita Sutra. Then I briefly touch on Panchaparamita Sutras. When later, when the Indian commentators, those great Indian commentators, when they write commentaries on Panchaparamita Sutras, then there are two groups of teachers. One group of teachers, and they wrote commentaries to say that explicit topic, subject of the Panchaparamita Sutras, and that's from Nagarjuna and onward. And another group wrote commentary and implicit meaning of the topics of the subjects of the Panchaparamita Sutras, and that started by Asanga and other masters, and that is the sutra. Then I moved on to say that the first one, explicit explicit topic, that is emptiness. And in terms of the masters who wrote commentaries, I touch on saying, among the great Indian masters who wrote commentaries on emptiness, there are two masters who are like the outstanding great Indian masters, and these two are Nagarjuna and Aryadev. And I said all the other great Indian masters, they treat these two masters, Nagarjuna and Aryadev, are the father, are the sort of the founder of this the tradition which is called Madhyamika tradition, Madhyamika school, Madhyamika. And in that case, I'll explain briefly what is Madhyamika, and it is simply say middle way. And there I explain, Buddha, when Buddha taught this amazing, his first teaching, Four Noble Truths, and at the beginning of the Four Noble Truths, he gave a nice comments, how should people live their life if they want to follow his teachings. Then he said, they should live their life with the middle way. And there I explain middle way within the context of avoiding too extreme lifestyles, extreme of indulging sensory pleasures should avoid, and the extreme of neglecting basic necessities. To avoid these two extremes, live in the middle way, then practice the Dhamma. And then I moved on to say here, in this context, particularly the philosophical school, which is called middle way school, Madhyamika school, and this one, middle way school, this one is referring to, not in terms of the lifestyle, living style, it is referring to the view, what kind of view, what kind of right view that we should hold. And in that case, a view which is free from two extremes, extreme of nihilism and extreme of eternalism. When these two, the extremes are avoided, then we'll have middle view or middle way, the Madhyamika. So now I'm going to build on from here today. Okay. Now, before we touch on the main subject, I need to still need to go a little bit further to get up to this commentator Tsongkhapa. Now, among those Madhyamika masters, Madhyamika teachers, I'm talking about Indian teachers, Madhyamika teachers, after Nagarjuna and Aryadev, there are two groups of Indian masters. One group led by Buddhapalita and Chandrakirti, one group led by these two masters, and the second group led by Baba Bhikha, and some other Indian masters. So there are these two, Nagarjuna and Aryadev, as a founder, as a fathers, and based on these two teachers' commentaries, other Indian masters have two sort of different interpretations. Two different commentaries were written. One in this group, Buddhapalita and Chandrakirti, and the other led by Baba Bhikha, Shankarakshita, and others. So I will not go all the details. Now the Tsongkhapa the text that we are going to read today, he closely followed the first group. The Buddha Palita and the Chandakirti's commentaries. Buddha Palita and the Chandakirti's commentaries on Nagarjuna and Aryadev's, texts. For example, Nagarjuna had written many texts. Out of many texts, there are 6 important texts related to the topic what we are studying on emptiness. Among the 6, there's one text which is a really, really important text by Nagarjuna. It's called Fundamental Wisdom. Fundamental Wisdom. And Madhyamika Mula Karika. Madhyamika Mula Karika, Fundamental Wisdom. Out of the many Nagarjuna's, the text, this one is the sort of like the most important one. So these two, the first group, these two masters, like Buddha Palita and the Chandakirti, they wrote commentaries on Nagarjuna's Fundamental Wisdom, and also Aryadev's. There's Aryadev's one. There's a nice text called 400 Stanzas. The 400, usually called 400 Shigyapa. 400. So that they wrote commentaries. So Lama Tsongkhapa, he said he will follow his commentaries closely to these two masters. The Buddha Palita and Chandakirti. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm sure some, I'm going to just, in case people who would like to read, this text, the Tsongkhapa's text, there are the good translations. There are good English translations. I'm not sure it's already translated in Swedish or not, I don't know. But there are good several English translations. And if you want to know, you can ask Kasia, some other people know where these texts are available online. And I want to point it to you, and this is how Tsongkhapa started his, his commentaries, and starting from, this is the text in Tibetan. This is the whole text. Don't worry, I'm not going to read the whole text. And our reading is very much a latter part of the text. Text itself is divided into three sections. It's called small scope, middling scope, and great scope. And our reading, emptiness reading, is in the great scope, the latter out of the 3 in the great scope. And the great scope itself is divided into 2. The first part is, the teachings on how to cultivate bodhicitta, altruistic awakened mind, and then on top of that, how to practice generosity, ethics, joyous effort, out of the 6 perfections, first 4 perfections. So the third section, great scope teachings, is divided into 2. That the first part, out of the 2, first part, explains cultivation of bodhicitta and how to practice out of the 6 perfections, generosity, ethics, joyous effort, concentration, I already missed one. Patience, and the wisdom out of 6, the first 4 perfections. So that is the first part of the third section, and the second part of the third section. Now, second part of the third section, which is called, the out of the sixth perfection. Now I will do, properly. The generosity, ethics, patience, joyous effort. First four, then last two, concentration and the wisdom. So now, in the second part of the second half of the third section, the Tsongkhapa talked about last two perfections, concentration and wisdom. So our topic belongs to the last one, wisdom. The wisdom. The section itself is titled saying special insight. Special insight. Come in, young girl. Take seat where you want to sit. So that one, our topic belongs to that. So therefore, reading the text, it is really very much the latter part of the book or the whole text. Latter part of the whole text. So in terms of the text. Now the Tsongkhapa started this section, special insight section, which just to explain what I have so far explained, giving the original sources, the sutra, then the Indian masters, then he said he will follow. Among those different commentaries by the Indian masters, his explanation will follow closely with the Palita, and particularly Chandrakirti's. And that's what he said. So I'll just briefly read with that, and then I will move on. So just in case in the future you would like to read that part. So here it says this: the master Chandrakirti saw that among the commentaries on Nagarjuna's treatise on the middle way, that is the treatise on the middle way, or I translated saying that the fundamental wisdom, that here they translated saying treatise on the middle way. Nagarjuna's treatise on the middle way, the master Buddhapalita, so Chandrakirti and Buddhapalita, commented in a complete way of superior's thought, in other words, as Nagarjuna's thought. Thus, now, Tsongkhapa is saying, thus putting Buddhapalita's system as his basis, taking many good explanations even from Bhavavika and refuting those within Bhavavika's work that appeared to be the little incorrect, he commented on the superior thought. So then he continued. Because the commentaries by these two masters, Buddhapalita and Chandrakirti, are seen to be very highly developed with regard to explaining the text of the Nagarjuna and Aryadev. Here their thought will be delineated following the master Buddhapalita and Chandrakirti. So Tsongkhapa says, among the commentators from Indian masters, among the commentators, Buddhapalita and the Chandrakirti's commentaries are the most, the sort of accurate, most sort of detailed to explain Nagarjuna and Aryadev's, the thought or the view of emptiness. So therefore, he says he will follow these two great masters' commentary. So now, that's what we narrow down. Now, my task is to talk how Tsongkhapa, this great Tibetan master, how he explained this topic, emptiness, based on Buddha Palita and Nagarjuna's teachings. So that is now our today's starting point. Okay? If you have strength, I'm going to go another 15 minutes. Okay? Yeah. Now, Lama Tsongkhapa has a very unique or very different way to present this subject, emptiness, compared to the other Tibetan teachers, I'm not saying his way is the best way. I'm not saying his way is the correct way. Others are not, but I'm just simply saying, acknowledging and saying to you, he has different ways to present this topic, emptiness. And this is not only text. Tsongkhapa explains emptiness. There are 5 major texts written by this master, including this one. There are 5 major texts where he explained this topic, emptiness. And how it is explained, how emptiness is explained in these 5 major texts, in terms of the overall structure, is same. How he explains it is same. Of course, one text emphasizes on some area, other texts emphasize on other area, and so forth. Overall structure is same. So there are 4 sort of steps, or 4, if I use clearly his own term, 4 points, 4 important points, 4 important points. We are going to spend most of our time today, out of the 4, the first one. Out of the 4, the first one. The first one, technically, now I'm going to use the technical term first, then we will see more detail. The first point, essential point, is called understanding what is negated. Understanding, the first essential point is understanding what is negated, or put it in a different what's called this statement. They say that understanding object of negation. That's the first point. So we are going to spend today really on this one. This one is the important one. Okay. The second essential point is called the understanding the pervasive. Understanding the pervasive. Now, I want to warn you. This second, third, and fourth. These 3 points. And out of the 4 essential points, 3 latter points are very much related to related to how Buddhist logic, how the Buddhist logic. In the West, you have the logic like Aristotle started logic, and also modern the logics, to understand things and events. And similar to that, Buddhists, not just Buddhists, ancient Indian spiritual, the philosophical tradition, they also have a logic. So the second, third, and fourth, these three are very much related to the Buddhist logic in terms of the, the term that you can hear. Now, the second essential point is called understanding the pervasive. We'll talk maybe a little bit this evening, this afternoon, then elaborate tomorrow. The third point is understanding one, and fourth essential point is understanding many, or sometimes it's called difference. So these are two things. Now that go into the four essential points. The first point is understanding what is negated, or object of negation, understanding object of negation. Second one is understanding pervasive. Third essential point is understanding one. And fourth essential point is understanding many or difference. These two can be interchangeable, many or difference. Last three essential points are not that straightforward. We need to talk a lot. So tomorrow at the end of the hour weekend discussion, I'm not sure your brain will be clearer or more confused. I have no guarantee. So we have to talk a lot. But anyway, so those are what he used term four essential points. Four essential points. Now my understanding usually I see this way, looking from the modern Western academics sort of studying point of view. These four essential points, what I can see, the first point is establishing one's own proposition or thesis. That when you are going to write a dissertation, when you are going to do a research, you have to form your proposition, what you are going to study. Although you don't know what you are going to find out at the end of your study, but you must have a proposition, they call it, or thesis. Otherwise, there's nothing to be researched. There's nothing to be analyzed, investigated. And first, this essential point, which is called the essential point of understanding and the object of negation, or what is negated, it is that one, establishing, forming one's own propositions. And that is really important. The remaining other three essential points are modern, the Western academic study, they will use the term, what's called the methodology. You have to have some kind of method to establish or to refute, to that the thesis or the proposition that you are studying. In the medical term, in medical science, philosophical, sociology, whatever. First, when you are studying academically, you have to have your proposition. Then you have the methodology. How to going to establish or how to going to refute that proposition. And second, third, and fourth. These last three essential points are the Buddhist methodology to establish that first proposition or the thesis, or to negate or to refute your proposition, or your thesis. And that is really what I can see from the Western, the academic studying viewpoint. These four essential points are in that structure. And that is really something important for us to look at it that way. To look at it that way. Okay. Now, then here in this text, as I said earlier, although the overall, the structure is the same when Tsongkhapa teach on this subject, on emptiness, overall subject is the same, and with these four structure is same with these four essential points, but have a slightly different way to look at from in different texts. And in this text, the first essential point, in other words, the essential point of understanding the object of negation, or what is negated. Now, he started to explain, the translator, his translator. This is not Tsongkhapa's words; it is translator's words. If you're going to read in the future this text, there is a major heading, outline, and in the heading he put it saying, root of cyclic existence. This is not Tsongkhapa's words. This is the translator's words. Now, Tsongkhapa's words is this. Here, now I'm going to read Tsongkhapa's words, then I will explain here. The presentation of how to settle the view in a particular has three parts. So in other words, Tsongkhapa is going to explain, how to establish, how to develop the view. Here the view is referring to the view of understanding emptiness. In other words, realizing emptiness. How that is going to establish, how that is going to cultivate. So Tsongkhapa is going to explain that point under three major outlines. So now we are looking at, we are going to build gradually, based on Tsongkhapa's text, we are going to build our proposition, our thesis, proposition. So this, our proposition here, what Tsongkhapa said, he is going to explain under three major outlines. I'm going to read this because outlines, as I warned you yesterday, some Westerners may say Tibetans are obsessed with the outlines and with the lists. So that's what now you're going to suffer with that. Here, sometimes outlines are very, very useful. Very, very useful. I usually say, particularly this kind of text, outlines are like if you are climbing up with a ladder or with a staircase, quite steep. Let's say the 50, 60 steps and very steep. Then what is very helpful is if there's a hand railing. Particularly in my age, like Also, hand railings are very, very useful when you're climbing up on a steep, the staircase or the ladder. So I see the outlines are like that. When we are reading the text, and then if I have the outline, okay, this is the outline. So this is what I'm going to get it from these paragraphs under this outline. Also, outlines are very helpful when you close down your book. Then when you start to refresh, okay, my today's reading, is this. Under the outline, we are able to put together. And then slowly, if we unpack our memory based on that, the outline, gradually, okay, this is what he said, and this is how he said, this is what he said, bit by bit. So our outlines are very, very useful. Not completely wasted papers all the time. Okay. Now, the three major outlines are this. Here, Tsongkhapa says this. Identifying afflicted ignorance. Identifying afflicted ignorance. That's the first outline. Second outline is showing that it is the root of revolving in samsara, revolving or going round. We have many revolving doors, don't we, in those big buildings, those public buildings. They have revolving doors and going round and round. So here it says, use that term. The second, showing that it is the root of revolving in samsara. And the third, that one wishing to abandon the conception of self should seek the view of selflessness or view of emptiness. View of selflessness or view of emptiness. So these are the three major outlines. So entire proposition, entire thesis is built on these three outlines. The first one is identifying the afflicted ignorance, or deluded ignorance, or confused ignorance, whatever you use. Here the term is used, afflicted ignorance. Identifying the afflicted ignorance, that's the first one. Second outline is showing that afflicted ignorance, that deluded ignorance is the root of samsara, or root of this cyclic existence, the main cause, root in the sense of the main cause, the main origin of us being in samsara, revolving cyclic existence. Then the third major outline is people, individuals who wish, who want to be free from this cyclic existence. This cyclic existence, they should seek, they should work to have the realization of emptiness, realization of selflessness. So those are the three major outlines. Okay? Now is tea break. We'll have 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Yeah. this session we are going to start with the meditation. And this meditation, as I mentioned yesterday, is really useful to do. You know, whether we have a spiritual path to follow or not, to our everyday lives, to our the general lives, when we have this very busy, demanding, lifestyles, and having this kind of simple, you can call it mindfulness meditation, or the meditation that I'm going to lead will be very, very useful. And so I will lead this time. Then of course, people who have a well-structured sitting meditation to experience a calm, clear, and focused mind, you just continue. Using your usual method, and to enhance or to hold, a clear, calm, clear, focused mind. I will lead the meditation to benefit to the people who would like to do this meditation in a regular basis. I'm not saying every day, but in a regular basis. And who do not have a well-structured meditation and who would like to learn. So for that purpose, I will lead this meditation. Usually, when we are in the actual practice, actual training, it is good to do the meditation, the stage by stage, according to one's own mental, which stage that you are working with. But today I will lead all the three stages, to get some sort of idea how to do this meditation. But when you do this meditation back in home in a regular basis, then my suggestion is work according to your level. If your level is on the first stage, I'm going to lead the meditation in 3 stages. If your level is in the first stage, just work on that stage, not to move to the second and the third stage until you have made good progress in the first stage. Then move to the second, then move to the third. Okay? But today I will lead the meditation, all 3 stages, and then I will do the same for tomorrow. But then you will have some idea how to do this meditation. Now the 3 stages are, the first stage is simply to learn how to sit comfortably and correctly. Second stage is to choose, to select an object of meditation. And third stage is the actual meditation. And in the third stage, usually again I divide into two levels. The first level is cultivating stillness, stability, and the second level is developing clarity. So that's the third stage, divided into 2, but eventually these 2 will come together, stillness and the clarity will come together. But in the training, usually it's good to first to develop stillness, then move to develop clarity. So that's what I'm going to lead. Okay? when we do a sitting meditation, it doesn't matter that much where we sit, on the cushion, or on a cushion, or on a chair. It is up to the individual. But what is useful here is make that place where you're going to sit, make it comfortable. Ideally, put your back cushion or the back chair a little bit higher than the front. That may help. And for the beginner, it is really useful, very deliberately, physically make that place comfortable. Even it is the case, this morning or last night, you sat on that cushion or that chair, you felt very comfortable. Even that's the case, that sometimes it is very, very useful, very deliberately, physically make the place comfortable. Touch the cushion, touch the chair, make it comfortable. While physically doing that, mentally think, now I'm going to sit on this comfortable place for a while to do this meditation. So here, what I'm doing here is right at the beginning, bring your mind and the body together, right here and now, through making the place comfortable, and all the way your mind follows, step by step, while your body goes through a process to get a comfortable, right sitting posture. When you have found a comfortable place to sit, when you sit there, then very deliberately, very consciously feel yourself, not just physically but also mentally feel firm, stable, and grounded on the place where you are sitting. And with this feeling of stability, very gently straighten the back, starting from the lower back, gradually move up to the shoulders. Sometimes it is quite useful. Gently raise your shoulders up, and again very gently stretch back and naturally relax your shoulders. Although your back is straight, learn to keep entire body, every joint, every muscle, every limb, keep it very, very relaxed. And this is this combination. The combination of your body has a structure such as back is straight, yet it is completely relaxed. And this is very important part of the body posture. Usually it takes a little bit time to get at that kind of sitting posture. You can keep your hands in your lap or on your knees. Make sure your neck is completely relaxed, because when we straighten our back, quite often without our notice, we put pressure on our neck. Keep your facial muscles relaxed and have a natural expression. If you can, open your eyes halfway, very gently gazing at the front on the floor about 1.5 meters distance. Although initially meditating with the half-open eyes may cause some difficulties, but in the long term, this will benefit. But if you have a great difficulty to do the meditation with half-open eyes, then it's fine. Gently close your eyes. In order to make sure that you have got a right, comfortable sitting posture, mentally go through your body posture from top to bottom, stage by stage. See, is there any uncomfortable, painful sitting posture? Your head, your neck, your shoulders, back, knees, and so forth. And if there are uncomfortable sitting postures, feel yourself very free to make it comfortable. Release the pain. when you have found a right, comfortable sitting posture, then very gently take 3 very long and deep breaths in and out through your nostrils. And then keep your breathing as normal and briefly rest your mind on your natural breathing. Then move to the second stage, that is searching for and selecting an object that your mind is going to focus on later. Objects such as your natural breathing in and out through your nostrils. Or the sensations at your nostrils when you naturally breathe in and out. Or the movement of your belly, abdomen, raising and falling when you naturally breathe in and out. Something right here and now. Or an image, such as image of Buddha or other image can do. Or a mental event, such as without any particular content, just mere mental state which is just simple, mere experience nature, not particular content, just that experience nature. Or mental state which has a particular content, such as compassion, love, altruism. These are just some examples what to choose. Of course, you can select the other objects. What is useful here is that while we are in the training, experiment few different objects. See which one suits your mind. Same time to bear in mind there isn't a single object. There isn't a single object which we don't need to work that hard. Each object has its own benefits, advantages, also have shortcomings. But nevertheless, due to different upbringing, different culture, different body structure, some objects may have the easier than the others. So therefore, experiment 2-3 different objects over months. Each object spending 1 or 2 months to see how you get on with that. After experimenting a few different objects, when you feel this is the object, among these I feel more comfortable, I feel a little bit easier than others, then stick with that object and familiarize yourself, your mind, familiarize with that object. Not just during the meditation session, but also during the post-meditation session. Every now and then, briefly recalling, remembering that object of the meditation, reconnecting your mind with that object of meditation. More your mind is familiarized with that object, easier that you will get in the actual meditation. So therefore, it is worth it to spend time on the second stage to choose and to choose an object, then familiarize your mind with that object. When your mind is sort of close to that object, familiarize with that object well, then move to the third stage, which is the actual meditation. Meditation to experience a calm, clear and focused mind, traditionally called concentration, in English, samadhi or shamatha. There are different terms are used. And here, 2 main qualities are cultivated, enhanced. 2 qualities are mental stillness and mental clarity. Initially, cultivate stillness. It is very, very simple. The meaning of stillness is that your mind stays. Your mind stays with that object of the meditation you have selected, you have chosen. As simple as that. Don't need any, the understanding or any realization. Just simply stay, your mind stays with the object of the meditation. If your object of the meditation is your breathing, natural breathing, then your mind stays with the object of with your breathing. Not interpreting, not making judgment, not describing how it is, not all those things. Simply stays with the breathing. Initial, your mind abiding, staying with the object of meditation in terms of the duration might be very, very short, maybe just few seconds, few seconds. If that's the case, just accept it. Don't feel frustrated, don't feel disappointment, don't feel failure. Simply accept it, the duration, even if it is few seconds. Soon as your mind is moved away from the object of meditation, without any frustrations, bring back and once again gently place on the object of the meditation. Initially, you may need, even in just 5-10 minutes meditation, you may need 10, 15, 20 times bringing back your mind, bringing back on the object of meditation again and again. Gradually, you will see the duration of your mind staying with the object of meditation is increasing. Not dramatically, from few seconds to maybe 10, 15 seconds or a little bit longer. Continue, placing your mind on the object of the meditation. For few months later, when your mind is able to stay with the object of meditation, say, 2-3 minutes without gross disturbance, then move to the next level, that is cultivation of clarity. Again here, clarity is very, very simple. There's no deep philosophy in it. Clarity in the sense of, while your mind is with the object of the meditation, stays with the object of meditation, make sure your mind is fully aware of the object of meditation. Full awareness is present. The full attention is paid on the object of meditation. Here, again, it is very, very useful to know. Do this meditation with a very, very gentle, very, very, what's called a gentle manner, not forcing, not, pressurizing. Gently have the full attention on the object of meditation. Gradually, these two, stillness and clarity, will come together, and to step by step, it will gradually increase stillness and the clarity. And eventually, these two qualities will become like a very natural part of our mental states, very, very technically called spontaneous. Spontaneous in the sense of effortlessly. Effortlessly will experience stillness and clarity. And that stage, when we reach that stage, then there will be a tremendous sense of relaxation, yet clarity. Our mind will be extremely technically called serviceable. That means, very, very useful. Not just simply very relaxed, but also it will be very, very useful mental state. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is a little bit long because I need to lead all the 3 stages. But back in home, when you do the meditation, my suggestion is particularly people who are relatively new to the meditation, session should not be longer than 10, 12 minutes. Very, very important, people who are new, very, very important not to learn bad habits. When we learn bad habits, then it is very, very difficult to change. Bad habits are very, very difficult to change. So if you are a learner, if you already learned bad habits like me, then there's nothing I can do now. But if you're a new learner to meditate, then don't learn bad habits. The bad habits here I'm talking about is nothing is happening. That's bad habit. Simply in terms of the body posture, like a meditation posture, your eyes closed and just nothing. That's not meditation. That is the opposite of meditation. And that's bad habit. What is important is have a sharp, clear, short session. Then if you have a time, if time permits, do another one. Have a short break, do another short break, a short meditation. So sharp, short session rather than dull, long session. If you do the dull, long session, then this will eventually become habit. Then there's no, the result. And if the bad cases, bad result. In monasteries, and some of you have been to Tibetan monasteries. Tibetan monasteries are unlike the Western Christian monasteries. In 1992 or 92, because 91, 92, 93 I was in Purang, South France in Nalanda. And near Nalanda, there is a 9 big Christian monasteries. There's a mountain called, in English called Black Mountain, or something in French. And in that, along that mountain, there's one nice Christian monasteries, and not far from that Christian nunnery. Quite, compared, quite good numbers of monks. When I was there, about 109 or 10 monks. Majority are over 60 or 70, but the number is quite, compared to others, quite. And I spent several times 1 week like that with them, because I'm fascinated to join with them. And it was very, very nice, the morning wake up and there's nothing, just go to this small chapel, and very, very nice. Anyway, very, very quiet. Afternoon, just go to a vegetable garden. There's a huge vegetable garden, and that's their income. Go there, and some work in the vegetable garden, some work in the office, and some go to that. They have a nice, a shop, vegetable shop for the visitors, and this quietness. Apart from those things, like there's no activities. But if you go to Tibetan monasteries, my God, what's going on? There's noise and activities, and it's completely different. So, anyway, that's not my main point. My main point is this. Have some of you? I'm sure some of you have watched that now some time ago. And this great Rinpoche Tsongkhapa, he directed one movie, one like called Cup. Do you know that? It is based on football. It is called Cup, and that was now 8, 9, 10 years ago. It was very, very nice, the sort of documentary. I love that because there are few things which is very much what we do in the monasteries. Because in the monasteries, it's mixed. Elderly monks, middle-aged man, and very young men. And very often, every day, there are occasions come together. Not elderly stay in one place, youngsters in a different place. Very often they come together. When they come together, this then creates very strange the dimension, dynamic. Because elderly is their own baggage, and the youngsters, they have their own baggage. So when these two clash, and it creates a very strange, the dynamic. And in that Cup, that movie, he put some of them. One of them was a serious elderly monk was meditating, and a few young monks back, there's got a needle and thread. They saw his cloth with the mattress. So when meditation is finished, he can't hold up, and that happens very often. I remember very clearly one time when I was, I think I might be 18, 19 years old, and we need to take turn to the working in the kitchen, and a big kitchen, serving 1,000 monks. And also while you're working in the kitchen, and during that 2 or 3 days you don't need to study, and you're working in the kitchen. Then during the day when the monks are in the meditation hall, either they are reciting or whatever, debating, and you have to take their tea and their food to serve. So you are outside, the majority of monks are inside. So the monks, or they are inside, they are there, don't we? And in India, it's very hot. Whole year, particularly South India, whole year is hot. Only a few occasions we put shoes, perhaps shoes, mainly flip-flop, flip-flop. And the Indian flip-flops are very, very, flexible, and so on and so forth. So one time, 6 of us, all the same age, 6 of us, we decided, not all, I mean, you can't do all, but as many as possible. You know, the monks put their flip-flop like this everywhere on the courtyard, so they go in. So when they're in, if you look around the main gate or the courtyard, thousands of flip-flop. So when you're coming out from the monastery, you know, the meditation or the prayer, 1,000 monks coming out same time, searching their own flip-flop. They forgot where they put it. So we decided, 6 of us, we decided, they put match like this, we put a different way. This one, so we were in a trouble. So after they're coming out, and we were just far away looking at how they're doing it. I think we may have done maybe 100 flip-flops, putting different matching, and these monks poured their really So later, I wasn't asked because I don't know why, but 3 of my friends were asked to come to see the disciplined teacher. We had two disciplined teacher. I mean, we were not really punished. Sometimes they do. Luckily, we were not punished because we didn't do that bad. Because one time, not me, the other few monks, what they did is, take it the flip-flop, it has it like this, isn't it? 1 and 2. They took it, the top one, and put this one, took it, and put this one. They did sort of 20, 30 flip-flop like that. It was big trouble, particularly the elderly monk. They really don't know how to do it. So they couldn't. Oh yeah, sorry. The point what I'm making is this: you may see in the monastery might be very, very peaceful, quiet, relaxed place. In Tibetan monastery, it's not like that. There are lots of the activities and sometimes culturally based. Sometimes very difficult. They're difficult. So, and also in the monastery we have many nicknames. Do you know what I mean? Nickname? Yeah, nicknames. We have many. And one of the nicknames, common nickname, is in Tibetan, it's called Shatsuk. Shatsuk, it literally means as soon as you put your bottom on the meditation cushion, you fall asleep. That is Shatsuk. I mean, some monks, due to now looking back, with those days we don't have any understanding, due to the diabetes, due to the different illnesses, not necessarily because of they are lazy monks, just simply because of the, some monks have that kind of habit. As soon as they come to the meditation hall, they, either in the teaching or as soon as they sit, immediately go to sleep, with the illness. So those monks will get named Shatsuk. So some monks, elderly monks are called Shatsuk anyway. So habits. Don't build wrong and unhealthy habits in meditation. So here, short time, shorter period of meditation, 10, 12 minutes, not longer than that. Sharp. During that period, whole your body and mind is with that. Then take a little bit break. If you have time, 4 or 5 minutes, then do another short 10, 12 minutes. That's very useful, one thing. Another thing is, as I said earlier, work stage by stage by stage. Not to do, okay, I'll do this little bit here, next, now I want to move this, now I want to move this. After 3, 4 months or after 2, 3 years, I haven't done that first very well. Then you have to go back again from the starting point. Then again, like that, go round, not very much productive. It is very, very useful to work according to your level. If you are just learning how to sit comfortably, correctly, work at that level. Then when you feel really confident, you really feel confident, okay, now I'm very happy with my sitting posture. I'm able to sit 15, 20 minutes comfortably, correctly. Then move to the second stage. And here, as I led the second stage, this is quite important, I must say this. I said to choose a particular object of meditation. There are traditions, there are teachers, not necessarily asked to have a particular object of meditation. That's also fine. That's also fine. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's also fine. But the tradition that I follow, that I've learned, some of these great Indian masters, Kamalashila, great Indian master who came to Tibet in 11th century, great Indian master, and his teacher Shankaracharya also came to Tibet. So if you read Kamalashila, these are translated in English. His text called Stages of Meditation. There are 3 texts written by this great Indian master, Kamalashila. Particularly middle one, out of the 3 stages, beginning, middle, and the end. The middle one, if you read that one, it is very clear to have a particular object of meditation. So that's what I'm following. It seems to me, in the long term benefits, to have a really good concentration. Really good concentration. At the early stage, we should train ourselves with a particular object of meditation. So that's what here, the second stage, and also the third stage. Anyway, I'll talk that tomorrow a little bit again on this subject, meditation, to cultivate concentration or single point of mind. Okay, now we have 30 minutes to the main subject. Okay. Now, Tsongkhapa, Tsongkhapa has explained this, the first essential points, that is, the essential point of understanding object of negation, or what is negated. And here he explained that under these 3 major outlines, which are explained. The first is, identifying affected ignorance. Now, I'm going to deal with that first one out of those 3 major outlines. And now here, you should listen. You should listen out of those 3 stages. Do you remember yesterday? Listening, contemplating, and meditation. Now, at this stage, our stage is listening. To listen, if you've got text in the blank home, read this section. As somebody, saying his or her, in this case, Tsongkhapa's, his understanding to tell us that he have understood, but not read, not listen as that we should believe what he said. If you do that, then it goes into different direction. If we just believe that's how it is, how he said is that's how it is, then progress will not make. Listen, read what he is saying, not saying what we should believe. That's really important. So that's I want to say that. So now the first point he is making is, identify. We identify in the sense of it is what he's saying. It is important to understand. Important to understand afflicted ignorance. Now this one we need to unpack. This is big package. You know, and another Sutras have a great sort of knowledge to put things into package, particularly what's called IKEA. It's worldwide selling things in package. Huge, you know. When I moved from center to my own flat, and my first IKEA object I bought was bookcase. Bookcase, I bought it 3 or 4 big, you know, the package flat. Now it's, you know, for my, you know, my main 3 bookshelves. They are tall. They take lots of books. Now this one is really quite a big package. So now the first we are going to look at, you know, the term, the type, the outline itself, identifying afflicted ignorance. Now identifying, that means to understand, you know, to realize, to, you know, to get, so that is now afflicted. This is important term. Afflicted. In Tibetan, nyumong in Tibetan. In Sanskrit, kalish, something like that. Kalish, or in Tibetan, nyumong. And it quite often in English translated affliction. Affliction or delusion. That's another term. You know, affliction, delusion. Another term is used, obscuration. Obscuration. These are the different translations used by, you know, these great translators. But in Tibetan, there's one word that is called nyumong. Now, first, I want to tell you that overall, what, you know, the connotation of that Tibetan word, nyumong. What? Not a definition, just the connotation. Just the connotation of that term, Tibetan term, nyumong. This will give us the understanding of these different translations: affliction, delusion, what's called the obscuration. What does that mean? Now, the Tibetan term nyumong, it has a connotation of, you know, smoky, foggy. That is the connotation, nyumong. You know, if room is smoky, we will not see all the nice paintings, all the detail, you know, the features in the room. If outside is foggy, we won't see all those beautiful mountains, scenarios, and so on and so forth. And that Tibetan term, nyumong, has that kind of connotation. So now, whether it is affliction or not, in general, you know, we should look at that mind has that kind of function. When the particular mind occurs, whatever it might be, you know, due to occurring that mind, you know, if that creates our general mind a little bit unclear, a little bit confused, a little bit, you know, then that is in that direction, affliction. You know, affliction means mind which has that kind of characteristic, creating smoky, creating, you know, the foggy, creating confusion, unclear. That is the meaning, the connotation of Tibetan nyumong. If I bring a little bit, you know, and add a little bit thing on that, it has also the connotation of distortion. Distortion, when you distort things, you know, that from the one aspect to another aspect. Affliction has that kind of, you know, and function, distorting the things into different ways, affliction. Okay, so just get that one. What's that? Now then we move to ignorance. Ignorance. Now here, this term ignorance is general term. There are many different layers. There are many different degrees of ignorance. Some are very, very serious. Some are not that much. For example, I'm ignorant to make delicious cake. That bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I can go to the Tesco or the supermarket, I can buy delicious cake, or the local those cake shops. A few weeks ago, I've been learning to bake cakes for some time ago. And one of my friends, she's very, very good baking cakes, and I've been learning from her to bake cakes. But so far not successful. Either it goes over, all my oven is completely full of piece of cakes everywhere, or completely flat, not risen at all. So far it's not very successful, but I hope eventually I can master that. Because I'm quite since I was small, I was quite keen to cook. So when I was in monastery, I learned to cook the Tibetan foods. But eventually I give up because I was quite good at cooking Tibetan foods, and I end up all the time whenever there's some kind of ceremony, whenever there's some kind of event. Tashi, can you come and cook? So I end up in the kitchen, not in the ceremony events. And also those days now change. In those days, if you end up in the kitchen, you have bad luck, really, because there's no clean, the oven or anything like that. All are fires, firewoods. Oh, your eyes are hurting. After 2 days, you really have a big difficulty with your eyes, because everything is firewood and big kitchen. So anyway, and that tendency I want to learn cooking still not fade away. So I'm learning how to make. So anyway, ignorance. Now this is a serious topic for the people who want to follow the teachings of the Buddha. People who want to follow teachings of the Buddha, understanding ignorance is really, really one of the key topic to understand. Now, I want to go back to the yesterday, this morning, also yesterday, I touched on briefly, when Buddha taught, his first teachings, the Four Noble Truths. The second Noble Truth of the origins of dukkha, origins of suffering. When he taught second Noble Truth, there he identified a group of mental states, as a origins of suffering, group of mental states. In that mental state, there is an attachment, there is an aversion, and there is ignorance. So quite often in the Buddhist religion, you may come across this expression, 3 poisons. 3 poisons. And 3 poisons, if you come across 3 poisons in the Buddhist literature, just think the 3 poisons are attachment, aversion, and ignorance. So, that is the origins of suffering. When Buddha taught his first teachings, Four Noble Truths, and out of the Four Noble Truths, the second Noble Truth, which is origins of suffering, and there he picked up these three mental states: attachment, aversion, and ignorance. So it is very, very serious to understand this mental states. Now, then again, if you the turn 160 or 80 degrees, I don't know, turn back. The other side of the ignorance is wisdom, isn't it? The side of the ignorance is wisdom. Now, if you think about those, in the Four Noble Truths, the third Noble Truth, fourth Noble Truth of the path, the path or the way. Do you remember? I said there, concentration, ethics, and the wisdom. And here the wisdom. So all these are connected with this. Or if you look at it in the other way around, when you say liberation, enlightenment, whatever term that you use, liberation, enlightenment, it is referring to when this ignorance or when these three poisons are stopped, not accidentally, are stopped from our mental state, that is liberation. Liberation is not more than that, not less than that. When these three poisons are stopped or are ceased, cessation, the third Noble Truth, when these three poisons are stopped, extinguished, whatever term that we use, within ourselves, that is liberation. So in many cases, the first outline, identifying afflicted ignorance, is very, very important subject. Very, very important subject. Okay? And now, if you think back, at this stage I'm really just looking at overall, and we will come back to the more detail, what kind of ignorance that in this context that we need to be identified, that we need to understand. I'll come back. But at this stage, I'm looking at overall, and that's what I'm doing here. Now, yeah, this one. These three, concentration, ethics, and the wisdom. Practicing these three, developing these three within ourselves is nothing unique in Buddhism. Hinduism, Jainism, Brahmanism, I'm talking about in ancient Indian spiritual tradition. They also have teachings, practices, and the traditions to cultivate concentration, live ethical life, and develop wisdom. Nothing unique in Buddhism. They all have. And they have really, in terms of the cultivation of concentration, the Jainism, the Brahmanism, they have full teachings, complete teachings, and many, many great masters who accomplished that. And practicing ethics. In some cases, Jainism are more serious than Buddhist practitioners. In India, this tradition, Jainism, they really, really cares not to cause harm to others, including, they put this mouth, the piece of something to keep their mouth. not to kill small insects. They walk with bare foot, or not to kill the insects on their feet, and they are full vegetarians and so on and so forth. It is very interesting. These two teachers, Buddha and Mahabharata, the founder of the Jainism, they between them there might be just about 20-30 years. Buddha come 20-30 years earlier than Mahabharata. And these two have a very, very strong emphasis on practicing ahimsa, not harm others. And it is, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. It is more than 2,500 years history. It is said, some scholars seriously agree with them. It is said around that time in India, there was a culture, of sacrificing animals, and thousands of animals are sacrificed year after year after year. Then later, after some time, the farmers are having difficult to find, the cows and bulls to work for their fields, because this huge culture, religious faith, sacrificing animals. So to counteract that, the particularly Jainism, this strong stand on ahimsa, not harming others, is developed, and also Buddhism in there. Anyway, so the point is, now the point what I'm making is, if the Buddhism, Jainism, what's called the Hinduism, modern, the part of Brahmanism, if they all have these three, the trainings, then what is the unique? What is the unique in Buddhism? What's the difference in Buddhism? If all these different ancient Indian spiritual traditions have the same kind of practices and the teachings and the traditions. Now the uniqueness, the difference comes from the wisdom. And that is here related to our topic. Only, the Buddhism, only the Buddha and one or two small group of non-Buddhist ancient Indian spiritual tradition, refutes accepting the theory of Atma. First I will say this. And just use the Sanskrit term, then I will come to say that. Buddha, at his time, Buddha and some small, the sort of schools, non-Buddhist sub-schools, reject accepting the Atma, the theory of Atma. Rest of all ancient Indian spiritual traditions, they hold this view, hold the view of Atma. So I will talk that first. Just look at that one. Hold their view. They hold this theory of Atma. So now, what is Atma? That is now. Just 5 minutes, then you will take lunch break. Atma initially related, using the term very carefully, Atma initially related to the concept of I, self, individual, person. I'll use all those things. I, self, individual, person, Atma, that is. Okay? So now need to add a little bit on that. All these schools, except Buddha and some small schools, they all view there is a I, there is a person, there is an individual in this mind and body, something eternal, something long-lasting, something unchanging. That's called Atma. It's painful for you to go through this, but we have to go through this to talk about emptiness. If you don't go through this, then teaching topic of emptiness will be difficult to see how it is formed. Yeah? So I'll repeat that. Except Buddha and some of small groups, non-Buddhist groups, the rest of all ancient Indian spiritual traditions, they view in this mind and body. I'm this time I'm using the term Western term, mind and body. But if we use the original Indian term, aggregates, 5 aggregates. But forget it this for the time being. We'll come back to that later. Just use for the time being this mind and body. In this mind and the body, the person, the I, the self, the individual, exist as a eternal, unchanging, and as some form of unitary, some kind of essence. In this mind and body, there is that sort of thing, which is called person, individual, I, self, you can name it, in this mind and body. Buddha and those 2-3 small subgroups of non-Buddhists, they say, no. I, self, person, individual does not exist in this mind and body in that particular fashion. Can you start to choose? That here is important. That is our starting point. So, the Buddha and these 2 small groups, 2 or 3 small groups, they say what you are saying, you are here, rest of the other Buddhist and rest of the other ancient Indian spiritual traditions, philosophical spiritual traditions. What you are saying in this mind, in my case, in this mind and body, I, there's an I, self, person, individual. I'm using all those terms because all these terms are referring to the same. That I, self, individual, the person exists. Some kind of essence, some kind of eternal, some kind of unchanging entity. Buddha and those 2-3 small groups, they are not rejecting, they are not refuting existence of person, existence of I, existence of individual in this mind and body. They are rejecting, they are refuting that I and self or the individual exist in this mind and body in that particular passion. Particular passion, here I'm talking about eternal, unchanging, unitary, or like an essence. I or the self or the individual does not exist in this mind and body in that fashion. Are you following with me? That's really important. That is the starting point to talk about emptiness. Okay? I think now it's lunchtime. Okay, thank you. So this the first session after lunch. As you know, after lunch, activity is not good. Particularly if you had a really good lunch, which I had and which most of us had. So what I will do, start the session with the chanting together, Heart Sutra mantra, as I mentioned yesterday, Heart Sutra. Heart Sutra is one of the sutras which belongs to this second turning of the wheel of the Dharma, Paramita Sutra, Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. So, so we are going to, people who don't know that mantra, I will just say, and you can write down, because Westerners are very, very good at writing. It is not that long, it's very short. Do you have some?
Yes, please. Is it possible that you could do the Wang, the Heart Sutra?
No,
no.
There's no one.
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay. So the mantra is this. Although it's called mantra, it is nothing to do with the Vajrayana or Tantra. It is just how it is stated. So the ta ya ta, ta ya ta. No, that's the first one. Then the ga te, ga te, two gates, gate, gate. Yeah. One tayata, gate, gate, two gate, and then para gate. I'll repeat that, paragate, that's only one paragate. Then para samgate. I'll repeat that again. Para samgate, and only one. Then bodhi soha. Repeat that. Bodhi soha. Okay. Now those are the mantra. Taya ta, gate, para gate, fara samgate, bodhi soha. Okay? So I'm going to chant it. First I will say 3 times, then at 4 you can join with me. I don't have good voice. That's why I didn't get the chanting master's position. One of my teachers who looked after me when I was young, who looked after me, gave me the food and everything, he was chanting master in our college. And he really, really wants me to follow his footsteps. And I really, really don't want that. It is that, in the family you have this problem. The dad wants to follow the business by your son, but son doesn't want to completely do different. So I have that kind of reaction. He really wants me to follow his footsteps. I really don't want. Also, I don't have the voice to do the chanting master. Although I memorized lots of those, the text to chant. Because of him being chanting master, he wants me to follow his footsteps, so he makes me to memorize, but I don't want. But I haven't memorized all those texts anyway, so I don't have good voice. But anyway, I will say that 3 times, then the 4th time you can join with me. Okay? As I said, this mantra is in this sutra, Heart Sutra. Some of you know, some of you may know. This Heart Sutra, Pajaparamita Sutra, is very widely recited in many Buddhist traditions, like in Chinese, they recite this sutra, in Japanese, in Korean, in Tibetan, Mongolian, almost all those Mahayana traditions, teachings of the Mahayana traditions, flourish. All they chant this sutra, and it is very, very, interesting, because we all chant in different languages, but we all know, okay, this is Heart Sutra because this mantra comes, and also the mantra is saying which language there you are chanting this, reciting this sutra. That this is what we it is exactly the same. Of course, have a slightly different tone. In Tibetan we say in Chinese then we say. I don't know how to say it in Chinese. Anyway, I will not imitate. So, and the sutra, the mantra comes right after the main body of the sutra finishes. The main topic is finished, then the mantra comes, then there is a conclusion. So this dayata, these first two syllables, those three syllables, is saying thus. Thus means what I've said. The main body of the sutra taught the certain topics. And main topic is emptiness. The main topic is emptiness. And this day2, that means thus. Thus in the sense of so far what we have said. That is the said what Buddha taught in there is emptiness. And then says day2, thus. Then gate. There are two gates in India, in Indian language. For example, Gaya, this small, not really small, but a very poor city, next to this very, very important Buddhist place, Bodh Gaya. The Gaya, it has also the term of saying gone. Paragate means gone further. Paragate, gone further. Parasamgate, that means even gone further. Parasamgate and bodhi, that is the fifth one. Gone beyond, gone further beyond, and bodhi. The bodhi here is awakening. Bodhi awakening. So what he's saying here is these 5 things is explaining how to the making progress relation to the realizing emptiness. Understanding of emptiness is make progress. Gone, saying is your understanding of emptiness is gone into different stages. Gone further, gone beyond further, and bodhi saw. That means now you are fully awakened. So that's what he is saying, that if we keep it very simple. Do you remember yesterday I gave you the 3 steps, how to approach to emptiness. Not just emptiness, any kind of subject. If you want to study in Buddhism, the standard way to approach is in these 3 steps. That is listening, contemplation, and meditation. So this first one, gate, gone, it is saying now you have had the understanding of emptiness through listening from other people have taught, and your understanding of emptiness is sort of rich at that stage through listening, through reading. Gone in the sense of not having any understanding of emptiness, but now from that stage to move to the one stage. That's the meaning of gone, gate. From not knowing to the knowing emptiness, but that is your knowledge of understanding is only through listening, reading from others, and that's first gone. This I'm putting in a very simple term. Then second gone, do you remember out of those 3 steps? The second step is contemplation, reflection, the contemplation or the analysis, all those terms that you can use. So from the understanding that you gain from listening and reading, then you yourself to contemplate, to meditate, to contemplate, to analyze, to reflect on the meaning of emptiness. Through that, when you gain understanding from your own work, and that is the second gone. Your understanding of emptiness is gone from understanding what other people have taught you about emptiness. From there to the next step, which is from your understanding of emptiness, is now your own understanding. Not other people have told you how it is, but from your own contemplation, reflection, analysis, now you have gained that understanding of emptiness. And that is proper understanding. And that's second gone. Second gone. Gone, gate, paragate. That is here saying that understanding of emptiness that you have developed, that you have gained from reflection, from contemplation, when that is moved to not just the understanding, your own understanding, but your own direct understanding. Your own direct understanding. So in the Buddhist, the epistemology, you know what I mean, epistemology? Epistemology is the, how can you talk about, how can you define knowledge? In the West you say knowledge. What is knowledge? So there are these fields talk about what is knowledge, how knowledge is gained, how knowledge is developed. And that field is called epistemology. In English, I don't know in Swedish how to say it, but in English it's called epistemology.
Kunskapsteori.
Okay, I don't know. Epistemology. So now, according to the Buddhist epistemology, the knowledge, the understanding, the knowledge, from the conceptual understanding, to the direct understanding, or perceptual understanding. So this third paragate, that means your understanding of emptiness from the conceptual understanding, which is the second, from the contemplation, from the reflection that you gain, from there to move to direct understanding. That's called paragate, gone beyond. Beyond in the sense of from the conceptual to perceptual, from the conceptual understanding to direct understanding. That's gone beyond. This is not that easy for the Westerners, because particularly Westerners who have not have studied some of these the fields. In the West, by Freud, by Jung may have introduced some certain mental state, but in the West, in particular now what's called modern science, consciousness is very much defined only the five sense consciousnesses, not talk about mental consciousness. And in the Buddhist epistemology, the Buddhist psychology text, the consciousness, the five sense consciousnesses are minor consciousnesses. These are very obvious, although very domineering at the present in our lives, but not that much powerful in terms of a long-term impact. The mental state. And there here we talk about conceptual and perceptual. Not the perceptual in the sense consciousnesses, but the mental perception. And that's called direct realization. So, paragate. Parasamgate, that direct realization, now we are moving to those three steps. I may need 4 arms or 10 arms. And listening, contemplation, meditation. Now we're looking at this meditation. So, paragate, parasamgate. In these 2 stages, the main task is, by the practitioner, the main task is bringing in that realization that you have realized through the contemplation, through the reflection, that in this case, realization of emptiness, bringing that again and again and again and again, eventually it will become direct realization. From the conceptual realization to direct realization. From the conceptual realization to perceptual realization. Yeah. Or sometimes people use in this direct realization intuitive realization. Intuitive realization. No conceptual. But I'm not really sure whether this English term intuition is the right one or not. But technically called direct realization. Yeah? So when this direct paragate and this direct realization and parasamgate, during this period, that direct realization is repeated again and again and again, eventually then it will move to the fifth one, body. That means fully awakened. Body fully awakened. Then last one, last syllable is soha. Soha is, you can see that term. You can see that term in many places. Soha, it means shitsuk in Tibetan. That means established. In other words, establish that realization within myself. There's different stages of realization. Initially realizing from other people's teachings, other people's the talks, realizing emptiness. Then that you have realized, then move to what's going on?
Students.
Sorry?
Students. Exam.
Celebration.
Might be crazy. No, I'm joking. Yes. Isn't it the few years ago, Swedish or Sweden won this European what's called song contest? It's Swedish. That was very bizarre. This year too.
Yes.
Bad luck. But no, a few years ago they won.
Euphoria.
Sorry.
It was called Euphoria.
Oh, it is very strange.
She's from Västerås.
Sorry.
She's originally from Västerås.
No, do you mean talking about this year or the last?
Last time when you were talking.
Wearing this very funny costume.
Yeah.
I thought that was crazy. What they did with that? Crazy.
She's cool.
It's you. So now there's a cultural clash. Anyway, I'm just teasing you. Yeah. So this, these 5 stages: gate, paragate, parasamgate, body. Soha, that means established. So what do we have? This going through this, our mind going through, understand this, cultivating this understanding, and saying, may that understanding be established within myself. So that is just briefly the meaning of what you have said. So I have done completely wrong order. I should have said this before we chanted. But anyway, in Tibetan we have expression, in the Pungumalatans, the Sachula Shiva. That means Tibet is a very cold place. Before 1959, most of the loads, most of the transports are with the animals. If you need to take one thing to another, want to transport things from one place to another place, mainly the donkeys, mules, horses, yaks, and also there are several major rivers. And during the winter, 4 or 5 months, completely frozen, those major rivers. So that's the way they have to walk. They have to take the animals with loads and heavy loads. And so there's a risk to to slip, because of the ice. And this is what my expression comes is, saying that first send your animals on the ice, then you use the salt or the earth to throw later. So then what's the point? Animals are already gone. Actually the salt or the dirt are thrown on the ice to avoid animals skidding, but animals are already gone when you are throwing that. So that's a Tibetan expression. So that's what I did now. And anyway, so that is the mantra that we chant, and it is very nice mantra to chant, and it also related to our topic that we are discussing. Okay, now I'm going to say continue my talk a little bit, then when I see there's a sign of, then we'll have a for questions and answers to wake you up. You know? So shall we do that? Because that's, yeah. Okay. Before lunch, I was talking about, you know, the meaning or the you know, the disagreement between the Buddha and a few small groups of Indian spiritual traditions and the major those Indian spiritual traditions, Hinduism, Jainism, and all those others. Disagreement of nature of I, self, person, individual. That is the I was talking about. Buddhism and these two small groups saying, in this mind and body, there isn't a self, I, individual or person, who has that kind of character, the character or the feature of, you know, some kind of essence, some kind of unit, eternal, some kind of unchanging. Buddhism and these two small groups, or three small groups, there isn't that kind of self. It's not saying there isn't self, they're saying there isn't that kind of self. So this is very, very important for you to get in your head. Buddhism is not arguing to these groups the existence of self in this mind and body. Argument is not whether in this mind and body there is a self or not. Argument is not at all with that. Argument is the nature of that I, the self, the person, the manner or the characteristic of that self or the I. That is the main argument. Okay, that's the main argument. And that's really important. Now, my main point, if I trace back, if all of us to remind ourselves, what we are talking about is, if, you know, Buddhism and all those major Indian spiritual traditions, if they have, you know, all these three trainings, concentration, ethics, and wisdom, if they have all these spiritual traditions, Indian spiritual traditions, if they have all these three trainings, then what is the difference? What is the difference? And I start to say, the difference starts from the wisdom. Difference start from wisdom. Difference start from the wisdom, not very much from the concentration, not very much from the ethics, but start from the wisdom. So the start from the wisdom is here. That's what we are talking about. Buddhists disagree, existence of that kind of I. Non-Buddhists, you know, accept, assert, existence. I exist in that fashion, in this. Now, then entire structure is changed. Under that, with that philosophy, with that theory, although Buddhism, you know, Buddhist teachers, Buddha accept there is a circle of life, you know, cyclic existence, samsara, same as Hinduism, Jainism, Brahmanism. But who circles in that? What circles in that? How circles in that? Comes different. Because Buddhists, you know, Buddha, there isn't that kind of I or the self or the individual that have that kind of feature. still it is possible, individual, not just possible, individual goes one life to another life, blah, 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 in this cycle of existence. For the others, without that kind of eternal, that kind of essence, that kind of unchanging entity as a self, as a I, as an individual, very, very difficult to see cyclic existence, this going one life to another life. To talk about samsara and to talk about liberation is big, big headache. If you reject, I or the self, have that entity, essence, unchanging. If self doesn't have that kind of, if Atma, if I or the self doesn't have that kind of character, then who goes from this life to next life? And who goes from this samsara to nirvana? Do you understand what I'm talking about? That's why they assert the self or the I or individual has that kind of characteristics, eternal, unchanging as an essence in this mind and body. Now, Buddha and the subsequent Buddhist teachers, they say, without self, self without having, doesn't having self, self, not having all these characteristics, what you put it, but still it is possible to go from this life to next life and eventually to liberation. And that is big ask. That is big ask. To say that, not having, the I doesn't have this kind of unchanging entity as an essence, as an eternal, but still saying it is perfectly possible to go today to tomorrow, tomorrow to the next decade, from next decade to next life, then go to the until enlightenment. That's one thing which you need to bear in your mind. And those are the, the building blocks of your proposition, your thesis, to contemplate, to analyze. Those are the really important ones. And those are the really building blocks of the teachings of emptiness. If you don't get it, those, then teaching of emptiness may become very, very strange topic. May end up saying, oh, there's nothing at the end. Although I work very, very hard to understand, to practice, but at the end there's nothing. Everything's empty. That's this danger. So these, very, very important to understand the building blocks. So that is the starting point. That is the starting point, the emptiness. Now, in that junction, now I want to introduce one thing. As I mentioned yesterday, the term selflessness. Have you heard that one? As I mentioned yesterday. Selflessness. So this self, which is lessness, what is that self? Which is lessness? Which lessness in the sense of which does not exist. Now here, that selflessness, this self, this at the beginning, this self, which is lessness, is referring to that kind of self which has that kind of features, that kind of characteristic which I mentioned earlier, eternal, unchanging, and essence. That kind of self is lessness. Lessness in the sense of that kind of self does not exist. Same meaning. When it says selflessness, that kind of self, does not exist. Quite often people take, this expression, selflessness. People think that self, which is lessness. People think, that is exactly identical with the self. I, person, individual. It is not. Then because of that, people think, oh yeah, Buddhism doesn't believe self, doesn't believe person. That's not true. That is completely wrong. If Buddhism, Buddhist followers, did not, accept or did not assert, or do not assert, I don't know which is the right English, the existence of I, existence of self, existence of person, then why they are doing practice? For what purpose they are doing practice? Isn't it? So that is wrong. Not knowing the exact meaning of this term selflessness, or what kind of self it is, lessness. To understand. So this is really important to understand the term selflessness. That self is not referring to individuals, the person, the I, or the self. That pronoun we use in language. It is referring to self in this having this particular feature which these non-Buddhist spiritual traditions believe or assert self exists, has this particular feature. That kind of self is lessness. That kind of self does not exist according to the Buddhism, to Buddhist teaching, selflessness. Now, bringing that understanding of selflessness as a wisdom. Now, I'm moving back to the one or two steps further. Bringing that understanding of absence or empty of that kind of self. That kind of self which has that kind of characteristics. That understanding as a wisdom out of the three trainings, the concentration, ethics, and wisdom. Bringing that as a wisdom, then if you practice ethics, if you practice concentration, then that becomes Buddhist, unique Buddhist practice. Unique Buddhist ethics practice, unique Buddhist concentration practice. You understand? I mean, now, what I'll repeat that again, it's an important one. Having the understanding of absence or empty of that kind of self which is eternal, which is like an essence, like the unchanging. Having the understanding or realization or wisdom, that kind of self doesn't exist in that manner, that fashion. That understanding bringing as a wisdom, and with that understanding, then if we practice ethics, giving help, support, generosity, whatever practice that we do, then that becomes Buddhist unique ethic practice. And if we, with that understanding, if you meditate concentration, that meditation on concentration become unique Buddhist practice. So now, I should move on now. So three trainings, technically called concentration, ethics, and wisdom, although it is a general, ancient Indian spiritual traditions common practice, but when it comes to to make that unique Buddhist practice, then that these three practices should be, joined, or should be combined, or should be supported by this understanding of selflessness, or understanding of emptiness. So that's I want to put it that way, because I don't want to go again and again now. Now, going back to the main outline, identifying afflicted ignorance. Now I'm looking at the ignorance. Okay, ignorance. I said there are many different layers of ignorance. Some are nothing important. Some are very, very, nothing important in the sense of to be free from. Some are very, very important to be free from that kind of ignorance. Now, within the many different kinds of ignorance, one of the most fundamental ignorance is believing a certain self, individual, person exists in that fashion, the fashion of eternal and the unchanging and the unitary, some kind of essence. If you believe that, if you hold self, person, individual exists in that fashion, that is serious ignorance. That is serious ignorance from the Buddhist people. Okay? Starting to fall asleep? Okay, then shall we have a little bit 15 minutes questions and answers so far what I've said? Any brave person who will ask questions? Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question that ties back to what you were saying earlier. You were saying that in order to have stable refuge, you need to have an understanding of the first two noble truths, suffering and
Yes.
suffering. In the Foundation of Buddhist Thought course, they're saying to understand, the suggestion was in order to understand suffering really well, you go through the five aggregates. And you see how each of the five aggregates are imperfect, and that way you can understand that this unenlightened existence is in the nature of suffering. And that seems reasonable to me, but there's one area that I have a little difficulty with, which is the fifth aggregate, meaning the aggregate of consciousness. Sometimes awareness. It's hard for me to understand how that's suffering, because awareness is just awareness. I can understand you come in contact with an object, and then this whole process happens, and then, okay, suffering arises, but it's hard for me to understand how just awareness itself is in the nature of suffering.
Good question. By the way, it is not my proposition, it is Buddha's proposition. Buddha's, have you read in that Four Noble Truths book? At the beginning of the book, I put it that sutra, Four Noble Truths Sutra, and at the end of when he taught the first noble truth, and he said, at the end, they said 5 aggregates attached to 5 aggregates. So now, I'll answer your question in this way. Answer this way. The mere awareness nature of the mind, whether that is samsaric feature or not, that is the, I think overall your question, isn't it? My answer in that sense, it is not just mere awareness nature. If I say that is samsara, then you have to say the existence of awareness itself is samsara, samsaric nature. So in that way, what you're looking at here is the mere existence itself, and some of those mere features, like a just experience, just awareness. That I don't think is to do anything with the what you call the karma and delusion. Being our consciousness being the nature of awareness, and our consciousness being of existence, being here. I don't think that is the result of delusion and the karma. So in that sense, I would say they are not dukkha or suffering. Having said that, is it possible for us at this stage to differentiate the mere awareness side and other sort of features goes with the awareness? I'm not sure whether we are able to do that. So I want to stay with what Buddha said and what I've written in the book. At this stage, just this existence itself, just this mind and body itself is nature of dukkha, is samsara. There's nothing in this mind and body which is not dukkha. But if you ask that very sort of just mere awareness, I'm not sure whether that is in what we need, what we count here, what is here as exists. Because it's very difficult to differentiate those two. And it's a very profound question, so I'll still hold my position. If you have further debate, we'll have it. So this what he is asking is this very important question. In Buddhism, when the dukkha, suffering, first noble truth of suffering is explained, it is explained in many different layers. And some of you know very well, saying that suffering of suffering, that means very obvious suffering. Suffering of change, not that very obvious initially to see as a suffering. When time passes, when situation changes, then turn into suffering. And we know many times that happen in our lives. And there's a more further, which is called pervasive sufferings. Pervasive suffering in the sense of the first, very obvious suffering, and the second, suffering of change. These two take place within ourselves. There is a base, there's a foundation, and that is this mind and body. And this itself is called suffering, and it's called pervasive suffering. So, in other words, bad news is, according to the teachings of the Buddha, our present existence itself is suffering. Not only our headache is suffering, not having what we want is suffering, encountering what we don't want is suffering. Not only those things are suffering, those individual things, but mere existence itself is suffering. And that's what his question related to that. Okay, now, you have a question?
Take him first.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a similar question about aggregates.
Mm.
If you could please explain the aggregate of perception. I find it difficult to understand that.
Aggregate of perception, which is fourth one.
Yes.
or the third one? Fourth one, is it? Yeah, because there are different ways to express. I usually express form, feeling, discrimination, conversational factor, and consciousness. That's how I label. Which one is it?
I haven't heard that.
Which one?
I haven't heard that one. Form, feeling, perception, mental reaction, consciousness.
So your question is the third one.
Yes, yes.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, now. Perception here is in the Abhidhamma literature. It is one of our mental state, one of our mental sort of elements, mental state, which has an ability to another. The mental state which does that kind of job, distinguishing, the separating one thing to another thing, and that mental factor is called perception. Dushit in Tibetan. If you are looking at the third one, after the feeling, if you're looking at the third one, that is, I usually call form, feeling, discrimination. That's why I'm stick with that kind of, the translation. If you're looking at that one, that is a particular mental state which has as its function is to distinguish one thing from another.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Okay, you are.
Okay, so now I gather up that you have the indivisible atom school.
Which one you are asking?
The school where you can't cut the last piece of samsaric existence, the indivisible, odelbara atom. You can't cut it any further with reason.
Who said that? Who said that?
The Patrud in Madrushi's speech. Okay, and then we have the dream of the deity, so to speak, the other one, the dream school, where you just end up dreaming the whole thing, only mind, and then you have outer only atoms. So you use your 5 aggregates, or your 5 senses, to record and see things, experience things, but eventually you end up in studying any of these 2 extreme schools, the extreme schools, right? And Madhyamika is supposedly in between those 2. It's not an undividable atom, nor is it a complete dream that you dreamed up yourself. So here the problem comes, and you have to excuse me for being very brainy and Western thinking here. My faults are entirely my faults. Listen to him, okay? but I will still ask them. I mean that our brain is taking this in, and through the meditational techniques, I would say that we can lessen the 5 aggregates, information from the 5 aggregates, until it's almost gone, or in rare cases where you can stop your heart for prolonged times, like in the advanced masters, they can close off the brain, so it goes into complete sleep mode, I would guess. Then you could be in between both of those extreme schools, because you have no dream, you are no longer a dreamer, and you have no, in the odelbara atom, the indivisible atom school, you have no sense perception anymore. So perfect timing there. So what I think is then that the last of the Gattagatas is needing to go and pee. So I'm not story. I have to go. It's extremely urgent.
That is the sign. Nature is more powerful. Okay, now I get lost completely.
Yeah.
So summarize your question now.
You have a problem with the five aggregates, and you have two schools, extreme schools, that debate this. And since your lesson is about emptiness and the Gata Para Samgata Bodhi Svaha, I assume the last Svaha has to be realized in extreme states of meditation, the highest Ati Dzogchen state, probably in a cave, 3-year retreat. A Westerner driving.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, if you're driving a car, you will find it when you smash into a wall. That's why I couldn't come yesterday, because I was 2 gata already, the first gata only. But yeah, so therefore, I'm trying to find out if you can actually say that you need the last Parasamgata technique to get beyond the 5 aggregates.
There's nothing more I can say more than I already said.
Yeah. Then I'm happy. Okay.
Okay. First of all, I didn't get the full question, and secondly, it is a little bit mysterious what you're asking, so I don't have anything to add it on what you said.
I have to improve my question.
Yeah. No, carry on. Yeah. First you, then you. Yeah.
Yesterday you said that we need both the compassion, love wing, and the wisdom wing.
Yes.
Why is it not enough with compassion and love?
Enough.
Yes.
Where in our world, or what you say?
Yes. Why do we need the wisdom? That's my question. Simple as that.
Why we need wisdom? Now, my answer is this. When we see somebody who is struggling, say the physical difficulties, and seeing that person is struggling with the physical difficulties, we may experience sense of empathy, in a sense of, like I say, compassion, just seeing the physical difficulties, and we may help to relieve the physical difficulties. But if we have a deep understanding why this person is physically going through these difficulties, this particular illness, as you said, you are the doctor, you are a doctor. So if you understand the illness, your attitude towards that person who is ill is very, very different. The person who don't understand, only see the symptoms, not understand the root cause. So now here, what we are talking about, looking at the root cause. If you want to really develop genuine compassion to the others, then it will be extremely helpful if you understand the root cause of the problem that they are facing, instead of just the suffering.
I was just curious about these two other groups, the 2 free groups that, alongside with Madhyamika, understood this about the self that is not eternal. What are those groups? Because they are very advanced. Do you know about them, the names, or what kind of direction they come from?
Do you mean Chitta-Martin school, mind-only school? Are you talking about that, 2 groups? You talked about the subgroups. Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, I thought maybe it was.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't touch on, for example, after the Nagarjuna and Aryadev, I told this morning, I said there are two, in terms of the followers of Nagarjuna and Aryadev, there are two groups of Indian masters. And I just said, the Chandakirti, the Buddhapalita and the Chandakirti, and the Tsongkhapa follows this. I didn't touch the other one,
Okay.
because if I touch the other one, we're never going to reach this point.
But when you talked about these ancients who offered a lot of animals, is it the Vedas you are referring to?
That's right,
or-
exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I have maybe this is related to the question about the aggregate perception. So the question is the third level of dependent origination,
Okay.
Things existing because being designated or labeled. The question is what that process entails. Because if, say, I have a fly swatcher and I hit a fly on the head, it seems that me and the fly, we are agreeing on the existence of the fly swatcher. But for the fly, what is the process of labeling or designating? It seems it's not as, usually when you talk about it, it seems like a very conceptual thing. But for the fly, it can't be conceptual in the same way as it is for me. So what does the process entail?
Okay, now. Your question may be too advanced for our conversation. So now, the question is this. Along the teachings of emptiness, there is a parallel to that, particularly the school, Madhyamika school, parallel to emptiness, there is a teaching of what we call dependent arising, understanding of dependent arising, Patisamuppada. And again, the dependent arising, this subject, this topic, is also taught in three different layers, three different levels. Dependent origination, dependent arising on the basis of cause and effect, result, cause or effect is dependent on the causes, so understanding dependent arising that level. And another level, dependent arising in the sense of, not in a cause and effect, that kind of, relativity, in the sense of something to be exist, the other should be there. Without the other, this something cannot exist. Like saying that, that those, for example, certain, in terms of the, the physics, certain atoms to be functioned, the other atoms should be there. Sort of that kind of relativity, sort of levels of dependent origination or dependent arising. And like Nagarjuna and some of these Indian masters, they talk about another layers or another level of dependent arising. And it is quite often labeled, saying, the dependent arising in the sense of mere nomination, mere nominal or mere label, mere conceptual. This is very, very disturbing thing, not easy to understand. Now, it seems it is saying, as the question sort of indicates, it says, the third levels of dependent arising, dependent origination, is more like a, what you call the labeling, conceptually, labeling conceptually, the constructing, this is this, that is that, and then the example here is, the fly and the person was going to kill that, so that is the. Now, I will restrict myself to talk that much in this subject because it is too sort of unrelated our topic, or in certain extent it is related, but where we are in terms of the level of the talking of the subject, it is quite sort of the advanced as I put it. But the answer to your question, this labeling, mere label, mere nomination is very, very, quite often people tend to put just a label, saying, oh, this is table, that's the label. This object, to be table, to be called table, you to call this object as a table, it has a long history before you were born, isn't it? So there is this certain extent, there's this construction is not just right here and now. The labeling is not just, okay, this is called table, this is called book. It has a long history to build. And that is something very powerful sort of element to be existed. This object to be exist as a table. It has a long history. Because of this kind of object and this kind of object being table has a long, long history. So it is not just the arbitrary nature. It has also had a long history. And anyway, I'll just stop there to answer to that question. Now, it's coming towards 4. Shall we deserve to have a break? Yeah, I think so. Shall we have 20 minutes break? It's now 5 to 4. Shall we have 20 minutes break? Now, once again, we're going to start this session with the mantra recitation. So we can use this mantra recitation in 2 purposes. The first purpose will be simply to raise the awareness, to raise the stillness and the clarity, focusing on the mantra, sound of the mantra. Just bring our mind back to this place, with this body, and to have the stillness and the clarity. And also we can use the mantra, particularly people who have chosen the Buddha Dharma as one's own spiritual path, then think, this realization, realizing emptiness, this wisdom that the Buddha taught as a means and methods, to us free from, particularly free from root of the difficulties. May this wisdom be established within myself through listening, contemplation, and meditation. Having that kind of strong sense of how wonderful, how nice, how amazing, the coming days, weeks, years, me to establish, being able to establish this wisdom realizing emptiness, as Buddha taught with these 5 stages, within myself, through the listening, contemplation, and the meditations. So hold that kind of strong mind will be also useful when we are saying the mantra. So this time we all are saying together. Don't leave it to me to say that. So we all say together. Oh yeah, thank you. Now, where are we? Now, before questions and answer session, I was talking about this, disagreement between the Buddhist and the non-Buddhist, the ancient Indian spiritual traditions, the manner of the fashion of existence of I, self, person, individual. That is what we are talking about, and I want to continue from there. And that is the starting point. Now first I want to remind you, we are, do you remember this morning? Tsongkhapa's unique style to present emptiness is under these 4 essential points. Out of the 4 essential points, we are looking at the first essential point. That is identifying the object of negation, identifying what is to be negated. That's what we are. And we are still in there. We haven't gone any further. We are still in there. Now here, did you see there's some sort of glimpse that in our now the main conversation, saying that there's a disagreement between the Buddhist and the non-Buddhist, the manner of existence of I. Do you understand manner? The way in which I exist. There's a disagreement. There's no disagreement whether I exist or not, whether a person exists or not. There's no disagreement. Disagreement is the way in which I exist in here. That is the disagreement. Now, here you can see there's a little bit glimpse of negation. Here we already negated something. Negated in the sense of rejected, refuted. We are refuting the non-Buddhist ancient Indian spiritual traditions, the notion of how I or the self existed. Are you following with me? That is really important point. You have to get it this way. Because we are talking about out of the 4 essential points, the first essential point. That is technically called identifying the object of negation. Now we have identified one which is negated by in this case, by the Buddha and the subsequently Buddhist teachers. What is negated? Negated in the sense of refuted, rejected. What is rejected? What is refuted? They refuted, they rejected, they negated the manner of how I or the self exists. Explained by the non-Buddhist ancient Indian spiritual tradition. They assert I or the self or the individual who is experiencing pain, suffering, difficulties, who have yearning to be free from, to nirvana, to moksha, from samsara, exist in this particular fashion. Eternal, unchanging, unitary. That's how they, that's how they believe I existed. Buddha and the subsequent Buddhist teachers say, no, I does not exist in that fashion, and that is one of the negation. Okay? I am not going through any detail, these three features which are added on by how the manner of existence of I, explained by this non-Buddhist ancient Indian spiritual tradition. I said eternal, unchanging, and unitary. I will not go one by one because that's not really, but this is how they. For them, as I mentioned earlier, for them, if I does not have these characteristics, eternal, unchanging, and unitary in the sense of some kind of essence, some kind of one in this mind and body, for them it is very, very difficult to see. Now I'm going to add another one, one thing I mentioned earlier. For them it is very, very difficult to see, the function of karma. Function of karma. Today I create this action. Tomorrow or next year or next decade or next life, I'm going to experience the result of that action. If there isn't there some kind of I or the self or the individual which has these characteristics, how it is possible? How it is possible that I today create that action, I will experience that result sometime in the future? That's one of the reasons why they have to put it that way. Negatively as positively. The negative actions are created, negative results are experienced. Positive actions are created, positive results are experienced. If there isn't some kind of linking, some kind of unchanging entity, eternality, some kind of nature, how it is possible? Not only, within the hour, we are talking about between many lifetimes. Those ancient Indian spiritual traditions, they also believe karma, they also believe rebirth, they also believe liberation. And as I mentioned earlier, samsara. In that context, no difference. Difference started. That agent, how that agent exists, actor, or another term, I, or the self, or the person who acts, positive and negative action. And when that person, that actor, going to experience the consequences, what is there as a mechanism to hold that person until he or she experiences that result? No question at this stage? No. I'll give you the question, time to first let me talk, otherwise it's break my continuation. So now, that is really, really, for them it is very, very important. Now the Buddha and the subsequent Buddhist teacher, as I said earlier, it is perfectly possible without that kind of eternal, without that kind of unchanging, without that kind of essence, as a self, as a person, it is perfectly possible. But I have no idea how it's perfectly possible. But they said it's perfectly possible. It will work, and not only the I, everything and events, functions, without any kind of that kind of essence, moving to further stage. Okay, so that's what Buddhist teachers have said. Now, I want to introduce two new terms, which is important. Two new terms are this: innate, and acquired. Acquired, learned, same, learned, acquired, innate. Innate in the sense of, the inborn, born with. Innate, born with. Acquired, learn later. Not born with, learn later. Through the culture, through the religion, through the society, you learn that later. So, in the ancient spiritual tradition, not in only Buddhism but also non-Buddhism, they assert within ourselves that many different kinds of mental states, positive, negative, neutral, many different mental states. Some are innate, that means born with. Some are acquired, that means gradually we learn, develop. That is here. Now, similar to that is the case. Therefore, because that's the case, ignorance. Now we are going to our main topic. Ignorance also have innate type of ignorance and what called acquired type of ignorance. Yeah, innate type of ignorance and acquired, learned, through the culture, through the society, and type of ignorance. Now, many different kinds of ignorance. Now we are looking at going to the pin down to our main topic, understanding of nature of I. Our understanding of the nature of I, it also has two kinds of ignorance. How we see, how we perceive, how we understand nature of our I, the self, the person, the individual. There are two types of ignorance related to that. One is innate, one is acquired. Are you following with me? Yeah. Now, from the Buddhist viewpoint, from the Buddhist point of view, that non-Buddhist ancient spiritual traditions, when they assert and when they believe I or the self or the individual exists in that particular fashion, in that particular manner, is ignorance from the Buddhist viewpoint, and it is acquired ignorance. Thank you. Come in, young lady. Bye-bye. Okay, so that is here. What I'm talking about here is this. The ignorance that we have, many different kinds of ignorance, to relate to many different things. Now, if we pin down, our topic is related to the I, the self, the person. Related to I, related to self or the person, there are two kinds of ignorance. Again, innate and acquired. Now the acquired one, acquired ignorance is, from the Buddhist viewpoint, one of the acquired ignorance related to the I, related to the self, is believing, asserting, self exists in that particular passion. The passion of eternal, unchanging, the unitary. If somebody believes I, or the self, or the person in that particular passion, that is ignorance, that is acquired ignorance, learned from. Or, for example, not necessarily, for example, stick with that. Now, then, what could be? What could be the what's called innate ignorance related to self, related to person, related to individual? Or is there any ignorance do we have? Is there any ignorance do we have related to I or the self or the person, which is innate, born with, not necessarily out of culture, out of tradition, out of philosophy, but it is innate, born with. Now the Buddhist teachers believe there is within us there is a ignorance, innate ignorance related to self or the person or the individual. Now get ready. I'm bringing another new terms. People who are relatively new. The new term is this. Believing or asserting self, individual, I or the self or individual exist in and of itself. I'll repeat that. Believing or asserting the individual, the person, the self, exists in and of itself. That's the one term. In and of itself. Another term, I'm going to bring new term. Believing I or the self exists from its own right. From its own right. Believing the self or the I or the individual exists from its own right. Another term, from its own nature. I or the self exists from its own nature. Then last, I or the self exists from its own entity. So there are four. I or the self, individual, exists in and of itself, exists from its own right, exists from its own nature, and exists from its own entity. So now I've given four terms. These all are referring to the same fashion of how believing how I or the self exists, but different terms, different statements give us a different taste, but referring to the same thing. I can understand many of you haven't heard these statements before. Some of you may have heard statements, but haven't managed to scratch or haven't managed to unpack meaning of this statement. I myself, although have studied 30-something years, but still get lost. However, we have to try. We have to try. That's important. And in Tibetan, we have expression. And the expression is this. If the food is nutritious and delicious, then even if you don't have any teeth, chew it your gums. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's saying. Chew it gum. You know, because it's delicious and nutritious, so therefore chew it gum. Chew with your gums. So it is exactly the same here. You know, although these statements, the topic that we are trying to understand is, particularly many of you, very alienated topic, very alienated statements, terms, and so on and so forth. But you know, from the Buddhist viewpoint, people who want to follow the teachings of the Buddha, it is a very, very important topic to crack. If we haven't managed to crack down this or unpack this, then, as I said, you know, our practice of concentration, ethics, you know, wisdom may not become Buddhist practice. That's what I spent a long time this morning saying that again and again. So these, first look at these terms. In and of itself. I exist in and of itself. What kind of meaning behind that statement? In and of itself. It brings some kind of autonomous. The existence of I has some kind of autonomous when he said exist in and of itself. It gives us, that statement gives us, you know, the manner of existence of I has a very autonomous entity, some kind of independent, you know, the nature. And when you say I or self exist, you know, from its own right, or from its own nature, or from its own what's called the entity, they all give us this same sort of, you know, the meaning. It has some sort of autonomous, independent, and that is the meaning. If you start to get that, then we are in the right direction. We are in the right direction. Now the task here is, you know, the really, really important task here is we ourselves, you know, have to observe. Do I perceive? Do I perceive? Do I see? Do I believe self, individual, I or the self, individual exist in that fashion or not? Are you following with me? That is the observation. Long-term observation. Just once, twice, will never going to give us any clue how we perceive, how we see, you know, ourselves. It is said, years after years of observing, sometimes observing just while we are carrying on our daily activities, waking up and waking up, how we perceive that I wakes up related to this mind and body. I'm eating, I'm talking, I'm answering phone. This kind of routine activities, when we observe how that actor is perceived under those activities. Another occasions, while we are in a very, very high, up sort of time situation, everything is going right, everything is going according to our wishes, if there is such, and how we perceive our I in those contexts, in those situations. On the other side, when things are going wrong, everything is going wrong. Health is not good, financial is not good, relationship is not good, the work is not good. Everything is going down. How ourselves perceive in those contexts, who is experiencing all those difficulties. That is the observation we need to do. So the suggestion is this: for day by day, I'm not saying 24 hours, but the day by day, and week, month, years, decade. When we do observation, then out of that observation, we will see there's a pattern. The pattern of how we perceive I under these situations. Routine situations, uptime situations, downtime situations, young, old, the healthy, unhealthy. After long-term observation, then we will see the patterns, then put into different categories. Otherwise, we will have we will not have a clear cut how we perceive our sense of I, or the person, or the individual. I'm repeating again. That is, we are still discussing the art of the 4 essential points. First essential point, identifying the object of negation. What we are trying to do, we are trying to find out how we perceive our I, or the self, or the individual. If we don't understand that, there's nothing to be negated. If we don't understand elephants, we can't say this room is absence of elephants, because we don't know what's elephant. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. When we say emptiness of I, emptiness of self, we are talking about something is empty, something is absent, something is not exist. But if you don't understand what is that non-existent, then we can't say it is, emptiness. So therefore, Tsongkhapa says, the identifying the object of negation is the crucial point to understand emptiness. To say the room is absence of elephant, we must understand the elephant itself in the first place. Then we can say room is absence of elephant. That is his approach. Emptiness, selflessness. First, we need to understand what is that self, which is lessness. When you say emptiness, first we have to understand what is empty of. Then we can understand emptiness. If we don't understand what is empty of, then, even if we say emptiness, it is just words, not a proper understanding, not a proper realization. And that's what we are working at the moment. At the moment, that we are working. So what we're doing here is within us there is wrong notion, distorted notion, or other term, ignorance, innate ignorance, innate distorted mind relation to I. At this stage, I'm just sticking with I. I'm not going any further. So therefore, we have to get this clear here, just to I. Then tomorrow, when I start to extend, then you will understand very easily. First, just stick with I. So within us, now I'll repeat that again. Within us, there are two kinds of distorted mind, or ignorant mind, or deluded mind, or affliction, whatever term that you use. Two are innate and acquired. Acquired, that we build through the culture, innate, that we cultivate, that's within us. So that is the one thing. Now then, related to I, do we have the innate ignorance, innate distorted mind related to I? Buddhism said yes. Do we have acquired, deluded or the afflicted mind related to I? Buddhism say yes. We have that both. Now that I gave you the example, acquired, I gave you the example that some of non-Buddhists they see I exist in that particular fashion. That is that is acquired because they build that kind of belief. Because they build that kind of belief, the reason is, without building that kind of belief, how I exist, eternal, unchanging, unchanging and unitary, they can't see the possibility of the teaching of karma, possibility of teaching of law, the samsara and nirvana. To fit that belief, to fit that kind of teachings and practices, then they build this notion, the notion of I or the self exists in that particular fashion. That is how they, that's acquired. That's acquired, what's called ignorance. Acquired ignorance. Acquired in the sense of they build. Now then, innate, the self-grasping, that is saying, the inborn, born with us. So, relation to that, then I gave you these four statements. That is, you and me may have, you and we may see, perceive, I, our sense, our I, our identity, my identity, my I, my person, my individual exists in that particular fashion. The fashion of exist in and of itself, and so on and so forth. Now the Buddhist teachers believe if we have that kind of belief, if we have that kind of the assertion, existence of I exist in and of itself, I exist by its own right. If we have that kind of belief, that kind of notion, that is innate. It is not through the culture, it is not through the particular philosophy, it is inborn, born with us, born within, so that's called innate. So now here is the point what I just made. I'll repeat that again. That is what the Buddhist teachers have said. We all have that, innate. We all have that. But now our job is, do we really have that kind of? Do we really hold that kind of notion of I? That is our job. And to do that, it will not get, that I repeated earlier, I said earlier, things will not get clear whether we have that kind of belief of I or not. Things will not get clear just during 1 or 2 sessions of meditation, or 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 years, or long period of observation will show us, will give us, will indicate us whether we have or whether we don't have. That's what earlier I was saying. These are the, just treat it. This is what they said. We don't need to believe it. We shouldn't believe. If we believe, it is wrong. Wrong in the sense of we are not doing our job properly. We are trying to take the easy way. Believing, they said, okay, that's it. I believe it. Then that is the easy way. It will not take us anywhere. Sometimes belief is good, but most of the time it's not good, not productive. It will not take us anywhere. It will not make us to develop the understanding, our own understanding. Okay? Now it's almost fine. It's 5:30 or fine? Now you have a question.
Actually, now I got another question, which is...
2 questions.
No, actually one, because we have very little time, but I thought it could be more helpful to everyone. Is there any clear subsequent method to step by step observe this belief in existing by itself, innate ignorance? Is there any good method one can use daily to really do it correctly so that one doesn't go somewhere else and think something else?
Yes. Good method, good method, productive method is simply without any particular expectation, without any particular, your own judgment, simply observe. Simple observation to see how you perceive yourself under these circumstances.
Different circumstances, any circumstances.
As I said, I usually put in the 3 circumstances. Day-to-day routine circumstances, and when we're having good time, and when we're having bad time.
Neutral, positive and negative.
Yes, under those circumstances.
All of those.
Yes, see how oneself, as an actor, as an agent, perceive under those situations. For example, when somebody accuses you badly, which you haven't done in a public, how you see yourself under that. Or when you have a spectacular Euro lottery is won, how you would perceive under that.
Something solid, probably.
I will not give any conclusion. I will not give any. If I do that, then I'm not giving you the right thing. I just want to keep it to you open and do the observation. And that's what I said. The long term, that kind of neutral, open-minded observation will eventually give us this kind of, see the patterns. Oh, that's how I perceive myself as an agent, as an actor, as a person, individual. Then, analysis can be done. Whether I or the self, individual, exists in that fashion or not. Many people, this is what I found very difficult to, and anyway, many people, when they do meditation on emptiness, some of these statements leads that a little bit misleading, saying, oh, I is not body, I is not feeling, I is not consciousness, I is not this, I is not that. So that is empty, meditation on emptiness. It's not. As I said, if you, without finding the elephant, without knowing what is elephant, if you say this pillar is not elephant, this is not elephant, this is not elephant, that doesn't work. So that is here. Tsongkhapa is really emphasizing. First, try to understand how you perceive, how we perceive our I. Then we can discuss whether I exist in that fashion or not. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it here today with a short dedication. Yeah? So I'll say the 2 verses of dedication words. If you know and would like to say with me, say so. Otherwise, think. My activities. Coming here today, spending time with a group of people, listening, contemplating, meditating, chanting, these activities with the right thought. Morning, set the right thought, and during the day, connecting with that right thought. All these virtuous activities, definitely have positive results. And these positive results, I would like to, from my heart, I would like to dedicate for the well-beings of all living beings. All living beings. Living beings like myself have a strong desire for happiness, but it's difficult to experience genuine happiness, and not wanting to experience any form of difficulties, but every now and then endure the difficulties. So I will dedicate for the living beings to have genuine happiness and be free from difficulties. Also think, I will dedicate these virtues for the well-beings of those great beings, people who helps bring peace and harmonies on this planet, and particularly like His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So hold that as your dedication while we say those 2 verses. Chanjo Sencho Rinpoche Maje Panam Jejurse Jepa Nyamba Mebaya Kone Kondo Pewasho Kare Rave Korve Shinkamde Pendan Dewa Malu Jongwene Chenre Sewa Tenzin Jasoye Shabe Sete Pado